Why, hello there. Let's make sure everything's happy here real quick. And then we'll dig in to what we got going on today. That's good. That seems good. That seems okay. Oop, little frame drop, little network drop. Come on. You can do it. Don't be like that today. You've been doing so well lately. There we go. I timed that poorly. That coffee is nearly gone. Okie dokie. What are we up to today? We got stuff and also things to do. Let's go ahead. Get that. We've got our editor. We've got our server. We were working on getting this config file. Wait, no, did we finish that? I should have left myself a to-do. We were making DCs an object. I think we finished that. Let's do... Oop. Yesterday I got off, I went and made lunch, and didn't work on this at all. I had a case of the dumb. Just sleepy, didn't sleep well. We'll probably need the editor. Okay, so we got... Oh, right. We will need a database for those tests to run. Let's go ahead and start that up. This one. The new one. Okay. Let's try that again, shall we? I don't think we'll need a client. If we do, we'll open a tab for him. Well, we are. We're going to need the client eventually. Let's just get our workspace all organized here. Okay, and then we were on main because I managed to not remember to create a branch for the stuff we were fixing. Let's yank out this tab here with our project stuff on it. Take a look. Coordinates need to be an object. Let's do that first and foremost. Yeah, we fixed DCs being a thing in both places. You can live over here for now, but be small enough that I can still see chat and myself a little bit, just so I know if my camera's blurry, if I remember to look over. So let's create a branch for this. Make coordinates an object in config files. We only have the 2 branches. We cleaned up everything else yesterday. Okay. So I also need to, in case I forgot, maps, editor test map. I need to make sure that I updated this, and I did. And we had spot DC we fixed up. Okay, cool. Alrighty. And eventually we just need to get rid of editor test map, but for now I think there's still some value in having it. Let's do the editor change first. Maybe? Yeah, it's probably fine. So what we're going to want is, whoops, this is going to want to become an object instead of a list, right? And we're going to want to have like X and Y. But those are going to be strings, obviously. So let's get this out of the way really quick, because this lives in the config file, or the server folder. It'll be easier to edit the config file over here. Although I guess we did already drag it over, so we can probably just minimize that. It'll be all right. So in our map, let's undo this really quick, just because what we need to do is say that we're looking for one of them, one or more new lines, some spaces, oops, wrong button, a number, a comma, a new line, one or more spaces, and another number. A new line and a close bracket. A new line and then one or more spaces. So that'll get that. We're going to want to do, this will be a capture group. This will be a capture group. And then we're going to replace that with that. I don't know if new line was working here or not. But if we just do this, replace that, replace or use that. I lied. We're going to do X, that. And then the first capture group, a comma. We can do a space. It'll be fine. It'll format for us, hopefully. A Y. And then the second capture group. And then one of them. And then we already have a comma on the end. Now, malformed replacement string, no group 2. This also needs to be one or more in here. Why? Am I forgetting the correct syntax for JetBrains capture search? Or capture group, rather? Oh, I think they are parens. There we go. So that's replaced that. And then it's not going to fix Okay, that looks mangled, but after the comma. Yeah, that totally screwed up my... That's really annoying. All right. We had that. We had a new line. We had one or more spaces. We had one or more numbers. We had a comma. We had a new line. We had one or more spaces. We had, in a capture group, another number, one or more characters of that. A new line followed by a close bracket. One or more spaces and then a close bracket. Now, format it for me. Why won't you do that? Like, I swear there used to be... Go where you belong. Like, obviously you know how to do the formatting. Ugh, whatever. If we save it with the editor, it should fix it up for us. But in order to do that, we're going to need... I wonder if it's because... I'm curious now. I wonder if it's because this isn't within the same file? Or same folder? Get over here. Will you do it? Maybe I'm thinking of a different tool. Thought there was a right-click format sort of thing. Alright, well, whatever. It'll fix itself when we fix this. So, when we go to unmarshal, connection model, this is actually already done there. This, we have already a coordinate. Maybe it lives in map though. Where did I put you? That's split view stuff. Difficulty check. Where did I put... Am I losing my mind? Map coordinate start. Map editor, map. Oh, there you are. Yeah, I'm just blind. Okay. So, do you know how to unmarshal and marshal? It doesn't appear so. So we need to add that in order to get that working. And we'll have to add testing for that as well. Yeah, this will be fine. We'll let anything that unmarshals it just use this guy. We'll put it in there. Who would have thought that there will be a day when we have to actually writing code, Sci AI, right? Well, there's that, but also there's a lot of people that hang out in this category that aren't actually writing code. They're like they're talking about it, right? Or talking about whatever is in the news today. But yeah, both of those things. So we're gonna need in here. They're technically a constructor, I think. So let's just put them with the constructors and more or less what they are. We need to have a dynamic to JSON. And I gotta remember that they use a funky syntax for this. Which one is it? So we have from JSON and to JSON. So they use an arrow func in all of the examples. We're going to use the same. It'll be fine. Otherwise, we have to go untangle the correct syntax for this function, which I think is just this and then return. That's fine. We'll do this. It makes it a little bit easier to read in this case. So we just have an X. And that's just going to be, so we'll have the object. It'll be, it's just going to be X. And then Y is just going to be Y. We don't have to do anything fancy with this one on that. The from JSON, though, and that's the constructor one. So we call a dot, so we say from JSON, which takes the map string dynamic. We can call it JSON. That's fine. And then it's this colon guy. So X is going to be the JSON X, but we got to figure out how we want to handle lacking the key. We don't want to omit it like we have for other things. We can set it, we can default it to 0, but that might be covering up some kind of a error. But there's not really a way to recover from that error. Like, you have to go fix the file. And it really shouldn't happen, but, you know. It's a thing. I think we're going to default it to 0, though. And if we have to go and figure out something more clever and, like, add support to changing that in a config file, then we will. But until we need it, I don't want to do it. So we'll just say that X is equal to, if the JSON contains key, X, then it's that. Otherwise, it's 0. And we'll do the same thing here. Contains key Y. It's that. Otherwise, 0. And that'll keep that pretty simple for now. We should probably add testing. And we do have a coordinate model, or that's connection. We do have a coordinates test. So we can add you into here. But there was a gotcha in the way we were testing this before for the other stuff. What was the gotcha? I think we have to... Trying to remember. I think we have to fully... We have to do the encoding. That's what we do. We have to encode it and then decode it. Because if we skip the encoding step, then it's not equivalent to writing it and encoding it for the file. We also, I think, need a pretty encoder. Trying to remember. I think that would be in this case, it'd be a map, so it's going to run through the same thing, so it should be fine. I believe. Map controller. Not encode. JSON. That's the decode. Are you not? You're in. You got to be in here. Your connection. Update. Add. You're up here a little bit. I think. Encoder within it. Yeah, okay, so. We do encode it here, so that should be fine. We don't need it in here. I want to refer, though, to my... We don't need that right now. That we will need. I want to refer to my coordinate test, I guess. Or not coordinate, connection model test. And make sure my recollection is correct here. On the marshalling and unmarshalling here. Yeah, we must test encoding instead of just converting, because the encoder will barf on objects that aren't simple and don't implement to JSON. So, that's our marshal testing. Our unmarshal, I think we're still good. We just to make a map, call that and check it. All right. Yeah, we can put you here. It doesn't really matter. Unmarshal coordinates from JSON. Like so. Yeah. Test X, yeah, you can be 4, that's fine. You can be 8, why not? Or you can be 6 and 9, you know. I was gonna go 420, but I only have 2 fields, so. And then we do a map string dynamic. Test data, we'll call you that still, that's fine. And we just do X is test X, Y is test Y. Easy peasy. Now we do coordinate result is coordinate I thought I would need to oh yeah, there we are. You take test data, make sure we close that. In the end, we expect result X to equal test X. And if we type things and spell things correctly, it'll help. Reason X coordinate not unmarshaled correctly. Same with y. Test y. Reason y. Coordinate not unmarshaled correctly. We're gonna do a copy pasta because this one we're gonna also add x coordinate empty. So we won't need that. We're gonna not specify that in the JSON that we feed it. This is gonna end up being 0. And I'm gonna fix my typo there too while we're here. Nope. And we're gonna explicitly give it a null here if we can. Yeah, we can. And make sure that it's defaulted to 0. Next, we're going to duplicate all of that, and we're going to add one for the y too. If this behavior ever changes, we want to make sure that we catch it, right? X can be test y, and we'll fix that in a second. Y is going to be empty. Actually, hang on. This would have duplicated. This should have duplicated the same behavior as the null if I don't specify it. So we're going to specify specifically an empty string here. That way we cover both ends. Same deal here. This also can be test y, and we'll fix it in a second. And then y can be null, in this case explicitly. Actually, let's omit it. I think that's a more likely case. I guess we could add both, but all right. We need to go fix this. Your test y here. You here though are test x and test x, and we expect y to be 0. Oops. Y coordinate, x coordinate, x. Put you up there just because that's the correct order we read things in usually. Same deal here. Like so. All right, these should all pass. Nothing should be broke. Except for they are. So we've missed something. String is not a subtype of type int. Oh, that's right. Do we account for that when we unmarshal? No. It's just going to be invalid. So this is actually just useless. Missing is the only really valid case. That's fine. I'm all right with that. Everything passes. We're happy there. Now, we need to test the marshalling. So, marshal coordinate. Oop. You go in there, please. Thank you. We probably want to do I have a donation link? Not really. I have a Patreon and a Ko-fi set up. They should be down in the description, I think. That's kind of like the place. I don't have like any subscriber benefits or anything like that at this point. If you got ideas, I'm happy to hear them. All right, so we're gonna actually do a test X here too. It'll make us easier to check later. Test X, test Y. Test data is coordinate. X is test X. Y is test. Oops. Test Y. Encode, that's, yeah. Okay, so we have to do a string, and I'm actually just going to copy this because, like so. I would have been giving you $10,000. Cool. Guess that sucks for me, huh? Yeah, we'll do encoded result again. We have to call encode the test data. That's fine. Map string dynamic result is JSON decode now our encoded result. That way we throw it in there, get everything all correctly set up. Bro. Okay, cool. How about you go away? You're giving strong scammy vibes. Totally thrown. Okay, yes, okay. So now, expect result X. Not UUID. Result X should be test X. Here we go. And then result Y should be test Y. When I do my creation here, yeah, we default to 0 here on create 2. So there's not really a case where it's possible for us through the editor, to actually write something other than 0. Yeah. There's like, unless you actually, because it's an int, they're not nullable. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the only valid case. All right, so Test X and test Y. We don't do anything funky with conversions or anything like that. Nice and simple. So now that that's done, let's do our connection model. You just need to become and then it's not coordinate, it's origin. That's the Marshall, easy peasy. This up here, this gets replaced with we didn't check. We didn't used to check if destination existed in here, but it's not valid without it. So in theory, we can just do this and it works. And that's everything we need to replace for the connection. Rooms are going to have trubs as well, though. I need a comma there. Room model. Right here. From JSON. Location. Replaces all of that. Because this is a factory, we have to do that. Same deal here. We just do to JSON there. Okay. Next, we need to make sure our tests are correct here because they generate their own data to feed in. So connection model test. This is no longer this. It's going to be a coordinate with X of that, Y of that. Like so. Destination is going to be the same, but flipped. We'll just copy paste. We'll do that. And because we based it off that, we should be all right. So this is going to be a big ol' thing. So what we're going to do is regex it up like so. Ooh, this guy though, we need a capture groupie, unmarshal from JSON. This needs to be replaced with this. Basically the same creature. Right? Oop. But we need to also call this. We need to do that. Oh no. No group 1. Because for some reason this mangled my thing again. I also need to not replace that. There we go. And then I forgot a comma at the end, right? Oh, no map, just string dynamic. Okay. So that. There we go. Place all. We also need to do oh, you know what? This got messed up. This should actually be one or more. There are none because we used and copy pasted, so everything should be okay. That does probably need to be escaped. Okay. Destination now. We replace with destination. So 9.6 gets 9.6. Cool. Good. That'll fix up those. Okay. Destination. This check isn't going to work anymore. So we're going to have to replace this. Oops. With that, and then with that. And this one, you can probably just do... I'm going to have to do both, though. Could do that. That really didn't... That auto-generated one does not work very well. Salt, origin, X, and then a comma, space, test data, origin, here's what we do. Ooh, except for we can't do that. We can replace this. Capture group him. Space, test data, origin, close bracket, open bracket. This is capture group 2, close bracket, close paren, semicolon. Okay. Replace this with expect result origin capture group 1 space test data origin, like so. Ooh, except for this. So we can't capture groupie this guy. It won't do. Well, we can, but it just won't do anything. We basically just have to replace. In fact, same is true for this. We just have to do them one at a time. That's okay. It'll still be faster. We forgot a semicolon at the end and a close paren. Let's fix that right quick. Okay, replace. That seems all right to me. We'll replace the rest of them. We'll do Y. This gets replaced with Y. Origin Y. Like so. Replace all. Okay. All right. You have been fixed. Oh, actually. Yeah, this should be. This should be this. Not a coordinate directly. That is important for the testing purposes. Let me just sanity check myself before I get too much further here. Unmarshal from JSON. Null is not a subtype of int. Ah, right. This needs to be fixed up. X, Y. Wait, no. I just need to replace this entirely. Like so. And let the unmarshal take care of it for us. Okay, expected nothing, got 9. Oops. BU, thank you. Ah, yes, okay. So we need to fix these up as well right quick. Oops. To search that. Get rid of that horrible auto-generated regex there. There we go. So, destination. And I'm going to copy you, paste you. You are X first. Destination X, test data, destination X. That looks correct. Replace that. And then Y. And 1. Replace with Y. And Y. Like so. All right, everything passes now. Do we need to add anything else here? Just make sure everything got run real quick. No, Marshall didn't in that initial pass. So we've got our coordinates in there, and then it's going to be our expectations here. Need to be adjusted. This needs to be string dynamic, like so. We actually probably have to do this. And it's just going to be origin X. And then we'll have to do another line for the Y. I'll have to do the same thing here. I'm trying to think if there's a cleaner way to do that, but I don't think so. None springs to mind anyway. And we're just gonna push on. Destination Y, destination Y, destination Y. Why? We're on this particular mission. Okay. String is not a subset of index, and that is destination X. What's going on here? Result destination X. Oh, did we screw up? We did. We forgot to do the destination. There we go. That's better. A room is going to need the same treatment. Let's make sure. Location, yeah, there's only one in a room. Location. Perfect. Now, string dynamic X is you. Y is you. Squirrely braces. Do I have more of these? I hope I don't have more of these. Oh, I do have more of these. Damn it. Okay. We're going to copy this. We're going to get back to our old shenanigans with find replace here. Location. One of them. A spacey space. 0 or more. It's going to be 1. It's just it'll be fine. Brace. Group. 1 or more digities. Comma. A space. 1 or more digities. That should be a second capture group around the whole thing there, please. Close bracket, comma, gets replaced with location is this. But instead of 9, this is capture group 1. And instead of 1, this is capture group 2. And we can put a space in there, it's fine. Place. Looks good to me. Replace all. Now we need to also do non-regex because we can't. This. Location 0 gets replaced with location X, test data, location X, like so. Are we feeling? We're feeling good. I kind of YOLO'd that one. Like so. Like so. Beautimous. Alright. Is there anything else in here? We're just going to run it and see. It'll be easier than trying to dig through all the different lines of testes. Okay, marshalling. Okay, good. Good. We found one. Location. Location X. We expect to be equivalent to location X. You reason location X coordinate is incorrect. We do the same for Y. It's a test, it'll be fine. And I'm betting that I can copy and pasta this for all of them. There's only 3 in there, so we save it. We go. Everything's passing. All right, so meow. Let's run the editor. We already made the changes to the file, so we should be good. Test map. Origin and destination 2-1 to 1-1. So that's the west. So 2-1. Yep, that's correct. East should be 1-1 to 2-1, and it is. It has parsed it correctly. Our room knows that it's at 1-1. And our connections. Everything seems good to me. If we save that, it should fix our jank ass. There we go. Perfect. Love it. All right. So we changed the connection model, the coordinates, the room model. All 3 of those are correct. Connection model test, coordinates test, room model test. Yes. Test map, all of that good. Convert the coordinates in the config file from an array of ints to a marshaled coordinate object. Teach controllers for rooms and connections how to consume them. Teach coordinates how to marshal and unmarshal fix tests. Fix and add tests. Okay. We're done with the editor. Now we need to go teach the server the same tricks. We can open this. We can go over here. Tell you what, I'm going to make a cup of coffee. It'll take me a minute to heat up some water. I'm going to be right back, and then we'll go hit up the server. Because this is a good time to take that quick break. So, I'll be right back. Now, as soon as that becomes not lava, it'll be delicious. So we need to teach our map a thing or two. First of all, let's change it over here. And I can't just copy the test map because it's different. So we need to do origin like so. Or do we? Because we should also have location. So we don't care about that. What we want is to again do a squirrely brace. Not a squirrely, a squarey bracket. A new line. Some spaces. Capture group, one or more numbers. Like so. A comma. A new line. Some spaces. Capture group, one or more number. Boop, doop, boop, boop. A new line. Square bracket. And a comma. I forgot spaces. One or more spaces, square bracket, and a comma. We're going to replace that with... What does that look like? It just looks like an object still. In Go. And X of the first capture group, a comma, and Y of the second capture group, and then that, squirrely brace, comma. Let's go place you. Make sure. Oh, it's scrolled. All right, replace all. YOLO. Yeah. 8978, 8979. Three nine six five zero. I think we're okay. So now we have fixed that in the file. If we now come over and run our editor, we're just going to use this to format the file for us and to sanity check. We open the map. 10. You have a connection to the east from 10 to 20, 10 to 20. Looks good to me. To the south to 10. One of those is southeast and southwest. And south. 10 to 11. I think we're okay. We're going to use that to save. And that's going to fix up our file. It'll make it pretty. It'll put things in the order it wants to put them in. Because we changed. Before it was just kind of dumped in there and it was fine. But the way we load and unload it in the editor will order it. And that's perfectly okay with me. So there's that. Now, we're done with the editor for a hot second. We go to the game map. And actually, it's going to be the config manager map. Origin is no longer this. Origin is going to be a coordinate. We need to look at the coordinate package over here in GoLand. Ba 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 ba. Coordinate. And you don't have... because these are private, to encourage you to not muck with them. Which is going to be a problem. We have bson compat. We could do a JSON compat. That's basically the same creature. But I'm not sure exactly. Get some of that going. How to override that? I have to go look it up. Do we want to do that, though, is kind of the question. Or we could leave the... Well, no, we can't do that. We could do... something like this. So x int JSON x y int JSON y, like this. Oh, wrong. There. And we could say serves as an intermediate struct to marshal, unmarshal coordinates or points is it this for a linky link? Don't remember. We'll check it in a second here. Unmarshal coordinate dot point, which contains private x and y fields for data control hiding. Oh, your coordinates dot point for one. Oh, I don't even need to break the brackets. I just, yeah, there we go. Okay. So then we could do, we'll start with tile, I suppose. Coordinate intermediate, like so. This, when we do a new config, location, you give me a point, like so. I do this. Oh, I need to call that. I don't like that a lot. The answer might just be to make these fields public. I feel like I keep fighting against this. The idea to prevent somebody from modifying these in a different way. But we give helpers, and like if you do something stupid, it's kind of on you, I guess. I continue to butt my head against this thing and write code to accommodate this concept, and I just don't want to do it anymore. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze anymore. New tile. Put location in there. Call you a point. Get rid of you. Just don't think I'm gaining anything by continuing to do that. But here's the problem. I basically need to stash this. And I think if I stash this, I'm going to have conflicting... Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'll be all right. So, stash this. Boop. Get rid of all that stuff. Load the changes. Hide it away into stash land for me. You... refactor, please, into exported. Redeclare method. Refactor anyway. Don't mess with my strings. Just do the Cody codes. X and Y can go away. Refactor. Hello? You to exported. Don't mess with my strings. Refactor that. String and pretty still valid. All of this should still be valid. I don't think I will need bson compat anymore. And I don't think I need this anymore. I think I just want new. Turn point x at x, y at y. We can still leave it in there for convenience. That's fine. I think. I hope. Okay. That's still very hot. Which means that I'm almost guaranteed to forget about it until it's too cold. That is life. Okay. You then go away. Server test. Not cache. Count is 1 to override the cache. Okay. So, coordinates direction has trubs. What? Kernel coordinates direction. Oh, you live in here. That. That's going to be a thing all over the place. So we're going to replace not regex. all of them with that. Oop, right one, thank you. And that as well. What other trubs we got here? Uh-oh. Have I done a heckin' bamboozle? It was in the what am I missing? I mean, things that I haven't changed, yes, but right here, this is where it was. It was in move. Unresolved reference. Move. Move. Well, you were broken already. Okay. Redo. We'll fix you in a minute. Okay. We're going to fix up point X and the same with Y. Place all that. And then chords X and Y. That. Same with X. What else we got in here? You're only one. I'm just going to fix you. Okay. So command is a game event's move command. You absolutely have a... Oh, you know what? It wasn't case sensitive. That's what was broken. There. Okay. Now, I suspect you're going to have trubs. But your trubs are not going to be related to that. You're going to be related to changing this, which we'll do in a minute. Let's just run this and see what happens. Tile has some in there still. Tile, tile, tile. Tile, tile. Oop. What else we got? I thought it was... Oh. Apparently my little red icons were just being slow. All right. Any more? Would you like to tell me now before I run you? Maybe? Tile test. Tile test you. Any others? Okay, I think we're all right there. So that changed a ton of things. Yeah, I'm just gonna YOLO that. Export the X and Y properties of the coordinates dot point struct. We're writing too much code to accommodate having them private. So let's try having them exported, trusting ourselves not to muck with the points. Now, if I pop that off my stash, then I come in here and that becomes much less painful. Do I want you to give me ints? I want you to just give me this, even though I know that's going to break stuff. I don't care. We'll go fix them. And then when we save it, we should write it out, so that should just be fine. We've got the JSON. I do need to just specify that. Like so. Okay, we're going to have a bunch of broken tests. But I'm just going to YOLO this to find the map test. Okay, makes sense, right? So we're going to replace, and this is going to have to be regex, unfortunately, that int that with one or more digit characters, a comma, maybe a space, one or more digit characters, one or more to account for 2-digit, like 10, 11. Like so. We're going to replace you with coordinates point new X of capture group 1, Y of capture group 2, and then a comma. I think. Let's try one. Nope. Because these are capitalized. Meow. How do we like that? Oh, this needs to be coordinates new. Why can't I? Because I'm stuck in Dartland in my head. We just give them an X and a Y. We don't need to name the parameters here. Okay. Let's go back to this. We'll fix up coordinates dot new X Y. Try another. And you were 0, 1, and you're 0, 1. Cool. Replace all. Done. Bum 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 bum. Okay. So in-game map We got some shrubs. This is also map test, but I'm not seeing 27. Oh, is it in our test data? Test configs, test map. Map test go. What? Oh, that was the old stuff. That's why. We start at 105 in here in map. Internal game map, map.go. Map.go. Here we go. This needs to get swappied. I'm hoping there's only 2 that have this exact problem, because this is right to file, which actually doesn't even get used anymore. We're going to save it in here, though, just in case. Because I don't want to rewrite it if I need it later. This is coordinates new. The X, the Y, the that. Like so. Config location 0. Build tile grid. Because this no longer. Okay, this one we're going to have to tile config dot location 0. We don't need regex for this, I don't think. Location gets replaced with tile config dot location dot x. How do we like that? Oh no. That was the only one? Ugh. I guess I should have looked first. Connection config dot origin. Point in map bounds needs to now take point which is a coordinates point. The x is less than 0. The y is like less than 0 because we don't support that yet. If it's less than that, like so. We lost our comma there. Okay, this guy has more than... Not a whole lot more, though. Fine. Fine. Because all of these just need to be... X. And all of these... need to be a Y. Okay. What do we got rocking here? Oh, we're pointing map bounds. We were already converting this. We just need to not do that anymore. Oops. Oh, you're gonna be like that, are you? Whatever. Point. And oop, this is t.location. This is point. Nope, sorry. This is chords. This tile location. What else we got that's broken? Map test. Map test is very broken. Probably because of the things I just changed, in part. 27. Eight. This is... What's going on here? This all passes. App test go 27. Test configs. This has to be coming from somewhere else. This has to be coming from internal config manager. Okay, I'm dumb. Got to read all the words. Config manager, map, and map test. Right. Yes. Okay. Because the config manager manages loading and rating and all that. You are... Hang on. 0, 0. Oh, because this is a test. Okay. So we've specified. We're gonna need regex for this. Otherwise it's gonna suck. One or more spacey spaces. Brackets. It'll be a 2 always. Close bracket, int, squirrely braces. Okay. Please replace this with location. Coordinates new. Capture group 1. Capture group 2. How do we like that? Where did you go? You're not imported yet. Once we do, then you're fixed. Replace all. Okay. Similar pattern, but for origin. For our connections. Place that. And then lastly, destination. Replace all those. New tile should now take a coordinate, right? Yes. So, new tile. And then a paren. And then that, except for it is always hopefully going to be 2 int, one less of them, test x, comma, space, test y. Replace that. Same except for test x, test y. New tile, coordinates new, test x, test x, test y. And then I lost you. Whatever. YOLO. There we go. Okay. Couple more things to address here. You test origin. Is that going to be... That is a thing. Okay. That's fine. We just need to do... Test origin, space, that, space. Shouldn't need that. Oh, duh. Because you are now, once again, digits. And then a comma, and then a space, and then digits. And then no comma at the end. There we are. Gets replaced with test origin that coordinates new capture group 1, capture group 2. How do we like it? Looks all right to me. We do the same thing. Destination. Place those. Everybody become happy. You happy? I happy. Everybody happy. Okay. Test, main test 52. Okay. We can go take care of that. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Where are we at? Where are we at? Here. Don't have coordinates imported. Nope, we do. Anything else? Game manager test. Oh, and also our character stuff. Transit exit. Ooh. We spotted another. Oh, we had tested everything. Interesting. Okay. Game manager test. We'll start there. Bum, 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 bum. Game manager test. Where you at? There you at. Oops. You, like so. Gets that squared away. We should be able to see that passing now. And then we're down to temp, parse, map data, unknown fields. Unknown field. Oh, we got a different error message. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Map test 266. Map test. Game map. Map test 266, right? Yeah. That's not correct. That can't be in this one. This has to be in config manager map test. Kind of annoying that they have the same name, but we're gonna go with it. It's because this guy needs to get fixed up like so in both cases. Because otherwise, it's going to have trubs say, I can't do that with an array. Sorry, Dave, I can't do that. Meow. Yeah, sure, we changed everything. I'm just going to YOLO that. Commit. Change everything to use coordinates.point instead of an int array. Just like so. I'm goated? Well, I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. Don't think I'm goated, but it's nice nonetheless. I think I'm just a dude doing stuff. Okay. Let's make sure that things actually run. Starting game loop. It's promising. It's promising. Not go anymore. Flutter run. Linux. Okay. Get logged in to our test character. I think we're rocking and rolling. Yeah, we're gonna go with that, I think. Okay, let's close that down. Let's clear out all that debug and not read it right now. Is that all we need to do for you? We've done the editor. The client doesn't care about that yet. It just displays the text. I think we're good on this one. Unless we encounter bugs, which, hey, we might very well do. It was a pretty big refactor. I'm reasonably confident in my tests, but we'll know if we find it, and then we'll fix it then. Yeah, I think we're ready to merge. Let's grab the correct tab for that task. We're going to do a compare NPR. Like so. Create the PR. Gonna merge. Confirm. Delete the old branch. And put you into done land. All right. We could go chase that down, and we might well do, but let's just tidy up our workspace here really quick. First, go here, git checkout main. Ooh, actually, hang on. Yeah, okay. Whew. That was just old stuff. Git pull, and git branch delete. Make this one. Hey Terrace, how's it going today? How's all the everything? Alright, and then let's close down some of this stuff because we won't need all of it open. We'll just kind of reset for the next task. I did switch to go. I did. Well, we're kind of knocking out the little leftover bugs and things real quick here. So it's kind of a mixed bag day. I was in the editor earlier, so I was in Dart. It's only causing a little bit of like mental problems for me. Where earlier I tried to specify the argument names and all that. Command you just wrote could have been stacks P-F? What? What's stacks? I've never heard of stacks. Not stash, stacks. Oh, ha! You done bamboozled me. Wonder who? Pardon me, Mr. Terrace. I was not aware of your game. You got me good there. It's like, stacks? I've never heard of stacks. All right, what are we doing? What are we doing next? We have a fairly chunky list there. We'll consider archiving that here in a little bit. In fact, all of it might just get archived here soon because I think I'm going to move this to a new forge. Anywho, we have special room entry messages still getting enters attached to the string. Let's see. What do we want to start with here? Let's just do the bug. We'll kind of prioritize that. So, how are we going to... Special room entry messages are still getting enters attached to the string. We would need to have a special room that we can enter. I wanted to learn Go like 15 years ago, or when it was first released, but I never got around to it. Well, conveniently, they continue to make it better, so it's always the best time to learn Go. And they also do a really good job of being backwards compatible. So if you learn it today, it's not like you're going to encounter a ton of issues where if you have to look at old code, it's going to like totally bamboozle you. All right, so I know all the benefits. For this, I think we need to have... Is it time for server map to go away? I think it might be. I think... we need to build that gym I was talking about. Fortunately... I just gotta think about how I want to do this. I think we just take the map here. And I think we're just going to clear all the tiles and connections and build it in the editor. And then we can kind of use that to continue our excursions into developing this out a little bit further. First thing we need to do is make a branch for this. Let's just do build gym map for server. So our tiles, we're just gonna do this, replace you. Oop, I didn't like that, did it? And the same with connections. That's what we're gonna start. You can still be 10 by 10. That's fine. For right meow. Right. So. We can just do that from here because we don't need to change any code, hopefully. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Map editor. Map JSON. Now a nice, empty, clean space. Until such time as we have... Ooh, a start. We expect to start at 0, 0, right meow. So I guess we're just going to have to start here. So we have a starting room here. This is the start of the gym. And that's going to be fine. We create you. I'm going to want... We're going to make real templates now. We're done with having test templates, I think. It's time for real things to exist. Or kind of real things, anyway. Ordinary gym room. Plain room. Or the gym map. So, this will be... let's just do an ordinary room to move through. Like so, right? Cool, we save you. We're going to make... Do I love this workflow? Instantly a question. Not completely sure. This, I want your name to be server gym. Okay. Connections, we're going to do the same things here. Oops. Using the tools feels so good. Okay, new connection template. There's already a thing. When we create a new connection, we need to expand it. Templates. App editor templates. Let's say when creating a new template for a room or connection, expand the new object on creation. Chuck that into there. We'll get around to it. Right, meow? We're busy. Formal connection. No DCs needed. Just a connection. Enter message. Oh, this is going to be a problem too. This doesn't... Oh, crap. Hang on a second. I can't save these. Just get rid of this for now. Save this for a hot second. Our test map. Oops. It's close. Almost clicked on the wrong thing. We need to have like a default. I was so busy with the templates, I forgot about that as a thing. So we need to default this to be like the location or something. We have to think about that a little bit. But that's like that's a feature. It's not really a bug. It's a usability issue. So we're going to say map editor templates need to account for some sort of default enter exit message based on the direction of the connection being created. Templates need a checkbox for this. So we'll think about that a little bit and chuck that over into our dealy deal there. Okay, but that's educational. We're learning things. Let's go back to our server gym map here. So we have this. We're going to need to add a connection. This is the start of the gym. Enter message is going to be from the west to the east. And then this is my description, so I need to just say, an ordinary door to the east. We almost need like a template. So I was going to use Go templates for some of this, and that might have to change a little bit. Okay, so we're finding usability issues. That's fine. That's good. It's good to find them now as opposed to later. This will be from the southeast. Wait. So east was from the west to the east. Yeah, okay. From the southeast. This should be from the east. From the southeast to the southeast. An ordinary door. So enter message should be enters from the east. Leaves, exit message should be leaves to the east. I think these should be lowercased. We need to like refine the UI around this to make it evident and easy to do the right thing here. Have I heard about JSON-L data format? I have not. I've heard of BSON. The south to the south. I think I'm doing this wrong too. I think this exit description is just the enters from or whatever. Or we have to look. I'm just going to throw some descriptions in here. We make the same thing happen here to the northwest. Or this is from. To the northwest. Ordinary hallway. Just something to kind of fill in. You are from the west to the west. This is north, not south. And then we need to connect. See, this is why connections needed templates. But yeah, my focus goes over there. That's not ideal. Like, and you get tab working correctly. Editor, map editor. Tabbing in templates sends focus over to room tile if it's open. Should tab down to next template form field instead. That's a bug. We'll fix that as we go here. JSON-L is a format where each line is a separate JSON. Why would you do such a thing? So now if I do this, this will boop. Oh, it didn't. Okay, it did. It just needs to expand them. That's a bug as well. You can append right to it, but it's not that bad to just write over it. Like, anytime you're working with a JSON file, you have to have the stuff you're working with. So, like, why? Map editor. editor, map editor, dragging connection template to connection tile does not expand the connections being added in tile info. Also, the title displays as empty connection to 0, 0. So we need to fix that. That's a bug. And if a specific line failed to parse, you can try next line. Eh. Oh, this is, wait, why didn't exit description come over? Damn it, Jim. Map editor. Dragging connection template to connection tile does not populate exit description. Okay. It's good. We're finding lots of things to fix. If I instead drag you here, ooh, invalid vector coordinate. Right. We probably didn't test with... These are getting set up empty incorrectly. I can already see. They're not getting their origins and their destinations. Probably because they didn't have a room when they were set up. So, we need to make a bug for that as well. Editor, map editor. When a connection tile is set up with no rooms around it, connections inside have origin and destination set to 0, 0. For right meow, we're just going to do it this way because we have that power. If I grab the right thing. Huh, I broke that form too. Son of a damn it. This is why you test things, but also, like, this UI is still in flux, which is why I elected not to. Dragging connection templates to connection forms. Connection forms. Connection. There we go. Was broken somewhere along the way. Must fix. It's my go-to format for writing logs, as you can append right to it. Yeah, I guess if you're writing to a log file, that's a different story. That makes sense. All right. So we have been educated for sure here. This is on a newly created. I bet you that's part of my problem. If I do that and I apply it. No, it doesn't overwrite. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I broke it when I refactored the forms, I bet. Well, damn. So that's good. We have identified some things. The problem is let's stop here. we need to switch gears and fix these so that we can build the gym so we can do the other things. But because of this, let's just reset this. All changes. We have our rooms. Do you still work at least? Yes. No. I broke it all. Okay. I think I need to call like a form save there or something. New bug. Okay. Editor. Map editor. Drag and drop room template does not validate after dropping. Form from form fields display may not be empty. Error. Okay. So let's also these had descriptions in them. Hang on a second. Is this because I renamed you? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Everything is broken. Okay. You're good. Do you display empty things if... My state is borked. Okay. That's all right. We have things to look at for sure. Clicking. Well, room form data is not being dated in the UI correctly. Clicking on a room with data first seems to make that data persist. The same if we're clicking on a null room first. If I reset, I click on you, my description and verbose description gets stuck. I think that's probably related to the same thing we were having happen in the connections when we were refactoring this. Okay. Not surprising that we have bugs. It's the first time it's actually been, we've actually attempted to use it. So, close this for ret meow. And this all got written into here, so we probably don't want that. Name got added at the end. Bit weird. We'll take a look at that too. Let's just chuck one more on the pile here. Renaming map causes, pardon me, map name to be written at the end of the file. Question marks. Oops. Fat finger that one real good. Okay, we still wrote it down. Okay, perfect. So, we're going to chuck these changes. Hang on. No, we're not going to chuck these changes. We're going to delete that and empty it out. And we're going to take that out because we want the file to do it correctly. So, and we threw, yeah, okay. Yeah, we know about that. Everything broken. Connection templates, room templates. Oh yeah. Okay. That's all fine. Remove map tiles and connections. Oh, do I want to do that? Yeah. Preparation for new data be added. Remove development templates. Add our own. So we can change that. That's fine. We'll check out main. And we're going to start with we'll start with the room data form not being updated correctly. Map editor room data form not updating correctly. We'll call you fix that. Editor. No, fix map. There we go. All right, back to Dartland. Here we go. Let's get this stuff all tidied up really quick. We're just going to close down everything open, get our workspace ready. That's fine. We're going to need windy out there today. Going to need to look in map a room. No. It's going to be in the data sidebar, I bet. So we'll probably need to look at you. So we'll put you over here and we'll close that. All right. First and foremost, let's get this going. We can work in the test map. That's fine. See if I can reproduce this in here. Very interesting. So we need to know. Yeah. That's how we missed this one, because all of our test text is mostly the same except for it calls out that. So we can reproduce it, which is good. In our map editor here, when we select a tile, this gets pulled over here, room data. For the connections, we had the same problem where our text fields weren't being updated, and we had to do... What did we have to do? We had to do a... We need to look at tile data. A value key, right? I think. Get tile label. That's that. That's fine. We probably need to go. So connection tile form doesn't have it. Connection data form. Was it in here or was it value key connection right there? Okay. So we need to do the same thing. Room data form, but you don't have this intermediary thing. We just need to do key is value key map state selected tile, I think. Something like that. Because we just gave it the connection in this case. Let's give that a go. We'll stop and restart to make sure. Map editor, test map. So when we go ahead and click on 2.1, interesting tile at 2.1, interesting tile at 4.2. Are you 3.2 to 3.1? 4.1. Okay, yeah. So these get rebuilt too. So that should be all that we need for that. I hope. If we close this and then reopen it, and we start, we don't really have an empty room. That's okay. We can add one. This is a test map, so we just don't care about the data. Anywho, we chuck you. Let's just create ourselves a nice little pocket in the middle here for testing these kind of things. Clear all of this stuff out so that we have an empty place. Save that. Now we'll close the map, reopen the map. Nothing in there. 4.1, 2.4, nothing in there. Okay. That wasn't as painful as I had feared. We'll say add a value key to the room data form. It reloads when the room data changes. Create an empty pocket, in the test map for better manual testing during development of editor stuff. All right. That taken care of. Where did my window go? There you are. We're going to merge this one. Create you. Mergeify. Command merge. Delete branch. Go back. Then there we go. Okay. What's next here? Back to code. You are done. Let's go fix this first. Then we'll do that, I suppose. We probably actually should do this. Let's do this first. This will be... Let's do that. And we'll do you like last. This. We'll do in that order. Wrong. This order here. Like that. All right, so say fix editor, fix map editor. Connection tiles, no origin or destination in room. We'll just do that. This is kind of like where you want to start, maybe just referencing issues with your branches. It's fine. Oop, boop, 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 boop. I'm not going to do that. Do it this way because then not going to do that. And it'll be faster and easier. Okay. We now have these fellas, and we should be able to just stop and restart really quick. We should be able to duplicate this because we made that nice little empty pocket in the middle to test with. Okay. Would that be in the map unpacking? It should be. I think. Yeah. So we need to go into map file data, not you. It's going to be in the map controller, I think. And down here, we create you. You don't get a connection data, you just get created there. So you'll have empties, and then it's when we go, okay, so when we inflate you, Um, so because we go through them like this, we only go through the connections themselves, and we add them to our table, and then somewhere in here, yeah, tile data, connections, add this connection table is that, set connection tile data. So if nothing connects to them, nothing ever gets called here. If we want to have these guys have placeholders, which we kind of do, because that helps you to know what's valid here. We probably need to default them. So here, connection data. You won't know your location here unless we say it's mandatory that you give me one. Or we would have to say that you got to give me a connection data. And a connection data must have an origin and a destination, an ID, it'll make it for itself. It doesn't have a location of its own. But these are optional. They get set to empties. We could say that these are required, right? And then we don't default them. It's gonna break some stuff when we do that, which is fine. Origin, destination would be, oh, because we don't have, so that's going to be a problem there for when we add things like that. So we can't do that. That has to still be nullable. So that would lead us to something more like this. And then we don't need this stuff anymore. And that's just going to break this, which we knew already. We would have to then do east connection, west connection. But then that sucks too. What sucks the least is the question. Probably this, as much as I don't like it. So east connection, well, let me go back in here really quick. Make that required again. East connection is going to be the map. Well, no. It's a connection data. Its origin, which is just a location, is going to be this location, right? Plus what did I call you? In my coordinates here. Direction is a coordinate vector to string. Just coordinate.east. Right? Except for you're not a coordinate, you're not a point. This is actually west. And then destination is east. And then this is the same except for in reverse. And I know this is not correct yet, but coordinate west J east because so the east connection starts in the west, goes east. The west connection starts in the west. Is that true? Am I insane? So east to 4-1 starts in the west, goes east, yes. And then west connection, he's going there. So it starts in the west, goes to the east. So there's two things in here. We need to account for the offset, but also this is not a coordinate. We can do inside of here. This chord is coordinate x is I, y is j, I believe. J is vertical, yes. So I can replace this with this chord, You know what? No. Chord is a word. Application level. And then this would need to be in all cases, because up here, oop, we have an offset. We've calculated. No, we don't. Stuff. We should. Offset, yeah, right here, map offset. So no, this is not multiplied though. This is divide by, because no, it's not. We're working with the raw coordinates here. No, we already added. We added up there. So we need to divide by the map offset to get the original coordinates. That should be correct. And then we need to do the other same thing, but let's just make sure that we are doing this correctly. So editor test map, if we go down to here, empty connection to 4.2. So 3.1, 3.2 starts here, goes to 4.2. Yes. This is the same though. I didn't swap these, did I? I didn't. This needs to be flipped. Lost in the mental shuffle there. Let's retry that, shall we? Because the west connection starts in the east, goes to the west. East starts in the west, goes to the east. I believe. Very confusing working with maps. For me, anyway. Probably a skill issue. So, this is my... It still says empty, but that's fine. Origin is 3.2. Destination is 4.2. And then connection to 3.2 is 4.2 to 3.2. Why doesn't that resolve to... That's going to be in connection form? No. Yes. Connection data form. U. Widget connection is empty. We give you the connection. It should be the connection object. It's a connection data. That's what it is. We don't define empty for ourselves. No, we do. You have an ID because you get created. Transit enter is not empty. Transit. Okay, so these guys. Who all uses you? Is it only this? No, it's not. This is for diagonal. Why are you the only one that does that? No, you're not. It's also in here, so horizontal. West connection, not empty. But that's just that. That's fine. Those can remain. We just shouldn't be using it in here. To determine this. Well, no, actually that's fine. Because it is technically empty. Like, what else would we say? We could say new, but it's not really... It's not really new. You haven't created a new one. It's there. It's just empty. I think I'm going to leave that. That can stay. But let's do... I believe... direction to... origin direction to... No, there's something in here. I have a helper for this. I do. I have to. I know I do. We need to use it. We changed it. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Connection vector. So we could do connection vector. And we have a... I thought we had a thing in here that we could use. That'll clean up this. Import that, please. So we have directions, we have compass vectors. I thought I did. Maybe I don't. I just got direction to... Okay. Widget.connection. This needs to be... connection dot direction to origin. Direction to widget connection dot destination. This toString, so northern, eastern, southeastern, northeastern. I think all of them end in "ern." I think we're okay there. So if we have an empty, that didn't work. Now did it? Direction to string. Oh, it's name. That's what it is. Empty eastern connection. Western connection. These guys don't exist yet. I could do that, or do we want to do... Like, that's super verbose. We could also do... what if we did this? Oops, that stays. Connection to whatever empty. And we could also kind of do the same thing here. Connection to empty or new. Would that be better UI? Connection is kind of redundant in this case. And if these are all going to start that way, we could just say this, right? That's not correct. It would be this. This shouldn't even need to be in anything. We do that. And this becomes a plus equals, or we could just say label text equals label text to there, new, equals label text and if we're going to do that, it's all going to be this. So it's going to become this. Like that. And it's going to become that. That can stay just overwriting. That's fine. Otherwise, we just don't do anything. We only need to apply changes if we have ace to 3-1. You have no south because you're a room tile. That's fine. Empty. If I was to do that... oop. We can't connect to an empty room. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, duh. We can't connect to an empty room. Cancel. So to test, we would just need to... we can bang in a room there. That's fine. Apply that. You, then here, south of 3-2, new. Let's go with that. I'm happy with that behavior. Delete that. Oop. Need to go fix the other guys. East of 4-1. Only horizontals work. Ah! You're broken, though. Reset. That's because when I cleared this room, it deleted. So empty's in there. That gets cleared. So we got to fix that. Okay. First things first. We're going to go fix the... We're going to reset these changes really quick. We're going to go fix the horizontal and diagonal guys. And I'm thinking... we might have to extract a helper, but we'll just go with this for now. If we have to, we will. So that's required. Perfect. You have been updated, so you're better, more readable. We need... not you. Not you. We need you. These go away. This goes away. That comes back. These become required. Like so. And we also need to do a diagonal. Like that. This is going to break tests as well. We'll go fix them in a minute. Okay. This needs north connection, connection data, south connection, connection data. Commas there, not that. This needs north east, south east, southwest, northwest. Okay. And then these guys, origin, basically is going to be the same as this, except for we're going to change this from, so the north connection starts at south, goes north. And then the south connection, same deal. Starts at the north, goes to the south. You, northeast, so you go southwest, northeast. Southeast goes northwest. Southeast. Southwest goes northeast. Southwest. Northwest goes southeast. Northwest. So, east connection goes from west to east. West connection goes from east to west, so they're backwards. That's correct. South to north, north to south. Northeast goes southwest to northeast. Southeast goes northwest to southeast. Southwest goes northeast to southwest. Northwest goes southeast to northwest. I think that's all right. So east to 4-2 from 3-2, right? West to 3-2. That hasn't changed. You need to get rebuilt because I changed the build. I guess I could have probably reset. That's all right. We'll just do a nice, clean, fresh, new one. So, east to 4-2, correct. West to 3-2, correct. North to 3-1, correct. South to 3-2, correct. 3-2 to 3-3, correct. Diagonal here. Northeast to 4-1, northwest to 3-1, southeast to 4-2, southwest to 3-2. That's correct. But this is not in the right order. It is. I must have screwed up my sorting. Thought we were doing compass directions. We'll take a look at that in a minute. We got other stuff to do. Okay, so add, or rather make connection data mandatory for connection tile models. Add placeholder or initialization or initial connection data objects on map creation. Okay, that can go up. Tester's still broken. It's fine. When we clear a room, that's going to be in here. I don't need that. We need to make sure that we don't wipe that out completely. We don't call clear on it anywhere. Of course we wouldn't. Do we null it anywhere? No, we don't null it anywhere. It's going to be up top where we do our clear, I think. Update tile, clear connection, con data. Set connection tile data, this connection origin, this connection vector. But it's actually going to be in delete room. This is a different thing. We should double check though. Yeah, that has made no changes to that. This though, if we do that, yeah, you all still keep your your goodies there. Let's reset that. So we're all good there. And you're already empty, so we handle that correctly. So let's give me a delete room. Connections. We clear the connection. Destination table contains to delete add. And then we go through, we clear them. So it will end up in here. Set connection tile data. This connection's origin. This connection's connection vector. But if I have you, right, that bug, in here, and I delete you, these guys go away. So that can't be quite it. It's not update, it's delete room. Nope, never mind, we were already there. Delete connection tile data. Parent location target vector. Connection location is get the offset parent location target vector. Delete connection for vector. Connection tile base. So this has to be implemented by my connection tile classes. So we actually do need to go back here. Delete connection for vector. Northeast, okay, here's where we nulled them. So this is where we get into how do we want to handle this to make this betterer. We could put a default connection in here, like a blank connection, into all of these guys, and then make them responsible for doing that. And we could bring back the idea that this is no longer required. They just create one for themselves. They would need to know their location and the map offset for that, though. So that kind of sucks. But if this is required, then we could do here is a connection data with origin and this can't be null. Oh, this guy can't be null. So this actually just goes, they can't be late anymore. That's just not possible. They're required. They don't need to be final either because we can change them. So our clear ends up just looking like that, where we basically just create a new one with the old, whatever we had in our connections when we were initialized. We just create a new destination is connection destination like so. southeast, northwest, southwest. And then if we restart here, and we do the same thing, we just make a quick roomy room here. Delete ya. You still have things. You still have things. You're broken because we haven't done you yet. There we go. That's, I think, our answer. That is pretty tidy. I'm pretty happy with that. Diagonal connection, vertical connection, same deal. Delete connection for vector. This just becomes... These are no longer nullable. We already took the lates out of you, apparently. Connection data, origin, Oop, there we go. Destination, connection dot destination. You are north. You are south. And then horizontal. Oop, wrong one. Horizontal gets same treatment. You are no longer nullable. Connection data. Origin. Connection. Origin, comma, destination. Connection. Destination. Y'all are east. Y'all are west, like so. Let's go ahead and stop and restart. Make sure everything is happy here. Okay, if we make our test friend here real quick, apply that change. We have our things. We then delete him. We have east and west. We have, let's make sure, north, northwest, southeast, southeast, southwest. We have north and south. There we go. Okay, okay. That's going to be fine, I think. Will that incidentally, if we reset, sure. We'll create our test friend here again. If we add him, will that return our ability to do this? Kind of. Yes. Because they're valid now. It doesn't fill them both, though. But... Am I insane? Didn't the UI show? Okay. So we have an issue there too. Into the bugs with you. Editor, map editor. Dropping connection template on a connection tile will overwrite both, or all connections, I guess. All connections as intended. But saving will only modify the first connection. Let's take a look at that after we figure out the expanding, because that'll make it easier to figure out. But let's also double check here. So if I was to drag and drop our connection here, it would set them to everything. We probably have another bug here. Because southeast, not valid. There's no room there. Bug time. Dropping a connection template on a connection tile that lacks a room on one of the vectors will still attempt to create a connection there. A whole lot of drag and drop work to do. Theoretically, this shouldn't break, though, for two reasons. One, I think it's only changing the first guy. Yeah, it only changed the first guy, and it also didn't refresh it. But also, that's also not getting changed correctly. Annoying. I'm gonna reset everything, though. The code should handle it correctly, but those are other bugs that we need to address. This bug has been taken care of to where these have empty connections created for them. And I think I'm okay with that for now for a UX. You can't be null anymore. We'll just tidy that up while we're here. We'll make sure to do the same tidy work here. And here. Horizontal, vertical, diagonal? Yeah. Like so. That's why these guys were null. Because I was not displaying invalid rooms. We're going to have a think about that real quick. How does that play into that? That's why we didn't check. Crap. Okay. That's fine. Make connections not nullable. Or no. Yes. Make connections not nullable. On a clear of the connection, set to a new connection with old origin destination. So I'll have to think about that a little bit. So either we do it here and then we just check, or we have to account for it whenever we add a room. We have to add the things around it, go through all of them, add connections in them. Tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom really quick and get a beverage, and we'll have to think about this a little bit. Like, what's the desired behavior from a UX standpoint and from our sanity standpoint? I'll be right back. All right. So, I don't think we should display things that can't be valid. I think that's what I was going for, and I think I still stand behind that decision. So, this shouldn't be displayed in here. There's no room to connect to, and it's not obvious why that's not valid unless you know what you're doing here. And I might want to go so far as to make this like the grayed out color or something. I don't know. We'll think about that a little bit later. Actually, thinking about it, we could. Well, we'd have to do something else with this. If we wanted to like hide or not display the empties, we'd have to come up with some other kind of UI for that, right? We're gonna go with this for now, but something to think about. Okay, so if we go back to making these nullable, that won't matter for these would not be required anymore. That wouldn't matter for our, well, it would matter for our builder. Damn it. See, that's a problem. We make these nullable again. Well, you just can't have nulls in here if you're setting them, right? I guess you could null check it here like this, right? So if it's not null, then go ahead and set all that. Oh. Everything messed up there. That way we can just call that, and it'll take care of itself. That wouldn't be bad. Basically do same thing. All the way down. Like that. Then, oops. Same deal here. Return them if they exist. Oops. Oh my gosh. Undo that. Just do that. That's the correct syntax. And this is nullable, so it returns like so. That'd be fine. We'd have to go back to this, though. Should have stopped and thought about this a little bit more. Let's go ahead and do the diagonal one here. Just give it a new tile like so. That should be okay for things like this guy, except it's not. Should be. These two should be. Oh, no, we cleared that out. If we were to reconnect these fellas. Oh, yeah, right. I broke that. I gotta fix that too. So if we go and reconnect these like so, then it does display those two. And then again, we lose our south, but that's fine. If we then create this room, well, then we actually do get the correct behavior. So we already handled that case. Deleting is a prob currently. And then everything becomes broken. Cool. Reset those for me real quick. Okay, so it's a problem because this should show up if they should just be empty. Okay, we'll start there. But that gets handled as part of the inflating process. And it's because nobody has anything that references. There's no connections in here, so it never gets set up. What we would have to do we'd have to do this too. So we have to do a better job on inflating, basically. If I go and add this guy a room, then we get the valid ones added here because he's new. Ugh. It doesn't get the other ones that should be valid. Problematic that. What do I want to do about that is the question. And the answer is I don't know. Anytime we place a room, we could go around it and say, hey, you there, connection tile, you need to update yourself. But connection tiles aren't aware of the map that they're in. So the map controller would have to do it. They would have to go around and see if there's a room there or not. Which isn't the end of the world. Might just be a smart thing to do anywho. Where do you go through the connection list and put everything in? But if we didn't do that, if we instead went through... if we made a function that basically takes a connection tile, goes and says, are you in my map bounds? Cool. Are you null? Cool. I create an empty connection for you. Are you in my map bounds? Cool. Are you a room tile? No. Are you in my map bounds? Cool. And actually, we don't even have to do that. We just have to go through its connections because we have a helper for that. Right? Get connections. So it wouldn't even need to do that. It would go here, and then it would go here. Say, you're in my map bounds? Cool. Are you a nil? Cool. Add it in. And then we do that all the way here until it got to here, which this guy isn't here. And say, are you in my map bounds? Cool. Are you a null room? You're not. You're null. Cool. I don't care about you. And then anytime we update this room, or this connection, I guess we'd have to do it for rooms too. We'd have to go around them. Which it's fine. Like, we don't update the entire map at the same time. And it's expected that we're going to kind of... like, a map is going to be a little bit slow to, in relative terms, to process. We're not doing this all the time. We're not doing it on the server. We're doing it here as we load you and unload you and make modifications to you. We make sure that you're sane. So it's probably okay. So we yank that back out. And we search for a better solution. So as part of like update room, we go through the connections. To delete ads, so clear connection would still work in the same way, except this is update room though. It's not delete room. Do we use the same delete room? No, we do different things. We add everything to the to delete list. But we could actually do this in we could delete the room, do this in a different function. That might even be nicer to work on. And then we don't even need to worry about this list, really. Because a room has a location, so we can drive it off that. Now the connection tile still doesn't, though. Which seems to kind of keep biting me a little bit. But I don't want to give them a location because they're not real. And every time I think about that, I'm reminded of that fact. Which is kind of nice. We can still reach into the map at a location and grab him that way. And we're not like recursively going across or anything. We don't have to. Only interested in the things immediately around it. It would probably be good to know to have a test that covers this. I'm trying to avoid having a bunch of test data in files, but that might be the sanest way for this, unfortunately. Because right now it's just in a string in the test, which is fine, but it does make it hard to work on. Mostly just hard to generate. I mean, we could load it up and use the editor to build the test map for the test file for the editor. It's editorception. But because we're creating intentionally wonky files doing that, it's probably not the most sustainable either. Because then we have to immediately be able to parse it into a thing that's editable. And some of the things we want to test won't be, right? Intentionally so, at that. So that's kind of a prob. Hmm. Food for thought for sure. But the more I think about it, the more I do want to do just have the room tiles checked. Or not room tiles, the connection tiles checked anytime we change their neighbor. Because it ends up being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 checks. Which I guess then are 8. So, you know, it's a lot of checks, but it really helps to keep the map organized in the right state, etc. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to want to do the testing, though. So, let's roll these guys back really quick. And we're just going to do it manually. It's fine. You're nullable. You're no longer required. If you're not null, do it. If you're not null, do it. That's still good. Y'all get a appended question mark. You're not able to be null in here because we check you. Same stuff here. Bum. If connection not equals null. Origin can't be null. Can't be null. East, west. Y'all. Like so. Map controller is huge. And I think I've scrolled past. Right here we go. You, and you. Violated. What are you mad about now? Reload not performed. Analysis found issues. Cool. What? No, I must have had my cursor up here still. There we go. Okay, so we would have to then write the tests and all the other things. But we're coming up on the end here. We're coming up on 4 hours. And I'm going to end here because I'm hungry. I want to make some lunch. But we'll kind of do a couple more minutes here just to organize our thoughts. So to do, right? Whenever we add or remove a room, need to go around that room's location, real location on the inflated map. Check the connection tiles. If, or rather, and have each connection tile check itself. If the connection or the for each tile, if the connection direction has a room tile on both sides, create an empty placeholder connection object. If one or more direction leads to a null room tile or out of bounds, leave/make that connection object in that connection tile null. This will make it clear what connections could exist but are not in the UI, or are not yet set in the UI. So that's our to-do for tomorrow. And I think, and I hope, that's going to make this a lot more reliable, easier to deal with, easier to work on, etc. So I'm going to go make lunch and work on some other stuff. Tomorrow, we'll come back and do this. So thank you to those of you who came to hang out. It was good to meet those of you who are new. Good to see those of you who are returning viewers. I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So come on back tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Central Time, and I'll be here doing this. And I'd love to see you again. And if not, you guys have a great